Well, hello, stream. Morning, Val. They're great headphones. They're my favorites. They're also like the industry standard. This is what you use at pretty much any sound studio. Hey, what's up, Alex? Good afternoon for you, morning for me. Brain's going pretty good. Morning, Dread.
bang.
Thanks for the host, Erica. Yeah, we do, Erica. Spam bot. Yeah, I totally do that, Alex. Yay for an iPad. That's awesome. Danny, greetings. Hey, what's up, Ria? So I'm retyping. So I have just two lines at the top of what I'm typing, and then the bottom half is what I'm retyping. When I do a retype edit, I never have a very large view of the window I'm typing in because it helps keep my focus on the larger window, which is what I'm, you know. Alex, because I've now edited the thing like 3 times already, so now retyping the whole thing puts me back in a sort of flow state with it, which means that I catch little things that don't quite work but are harder to see if I'm not like actively interacting with the text. Touch typists? What's wrong with touch typists? Or am I thinking of the wrong term? Yeah. Yeah, the key for me is to do 4 different editing methods. One is just editing on my computer, just looking at the words on the screen and trying to rearrange them. Then I do the red pen edit. Then I do the retype edit. Then I do a read out loud. Oh, well, yeah. That is one of my skills. Mavis Beacon. I never took Mavis Beacon. I learned how to type in StarCraft. Seriously, that was my typing school. Jesus Christ. Okay. This fucking chair. I really should steal my gamer chair back from Luke. Well, to be fair, for a period of time there was a my son was using his computer more than I was using mine. Because I was being a little bit lazy, Alex. Oh, I don't know who. Yeah, never mind. I have bad posture because lesbian and scoliosis. Oh, I mean, that sucks, Danny, but that's also a hilarious way to put it. Y'all are great. Hello, Mr. Zuckers. Kapow indeed. done. No, I don't mind it. It's funny. I actually used to have a thing on that because I had like a little sister, not actually a sister, but I'm an only child. But I lived in a duplex, and from the age of from the age of 6, the other family who lived there in the other part of the house had a daughter, and she was also an only child. So we kind of grew up like brother and sister, all the way until we were through high school and out of the house. And for a long time, she was the only one who was allowed to call me G. I didn't like it at all. And then I think after a long time, I think Kristen was the first person who started calling me G. And I was like, it went on for a long time. And then I looked back and I was like, I used to hate that. I don't hate that anymore. Eh. Okay, so last step of editing episode 1 is an out loud read. So in order to do that, of course, we have to... Wait, what? What? um, right, we have to export an ebook file. That's what I was trying to say. And not doing well with. What are words, actually, though? Okay. Episode 1, Front Matter. What? 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 Okay. New format. Legacy ebook. Okay. Compiling it for Kindle. Where's my Kindle gen? Ah, I haven't exported an ebook in so long. From this, I mean. Nah. Okay. As is as is. Chapter. Is any of this showing up on the stream? It isn't, is it? Yeah, that's an annoying thing about Scrivener. There's a lot of things about Scrivener. I mean, obviously it's fantastic writing software, but there's a lot of things about Scrivener that are so not optimized for streaming, and it gets a little bit frustrating sometimes. All right, well, let's see if this works. Okay, and then we tag it. Hellscan episode 1. Garrett Robinson. Ferdy Birdie Burr. You exporting? Yes, okay. Okay, it's thinking hard. It wants to help me. It wants to create this ebook. Oh man, how long are you gonna have to think about this? Thanks for the follow, Mr. Zuckers. Episode 1, 2020 0506 V1. Is it done? Did you do it? You did it. Okay. It's trying so hard. You can just see. Okay, we have an ebook file. It's even letting me preview it. That's exciting. Can we open it on our Kindle? Sure. Come on, open up. Come on. God damn it. This motherfucking thing. Export. Open in. Kindle. Send. Your document has been uploaded and will be available in your Kindle library shortly. Guess what's not in my Kindle library? Aha! Why is it not listing the chapters? Oh, I've dealt with this before. Why does it do this again? Okay. Try this again. Export. Open in. Kindle. Send. I said send. Hey! Delivered to your Kindle shortly. Okay, new version. Here we go. Come on, baby. Oops, nope, not you. Okay. Titles look good. We don't have them in the motherfucking... Okay, okay. This is fine. This is fine. Sorry, it's just kind of annoying. Okay, table of contents. Table of contents. Okay. Let's check everything else first before we try exporting a new version. Chapter 1 looks good. Chapter 2 looks fine. We got the separators. That's good. Oh. Chapter 3 looks good. Five looks good. Ah, okay. Not sure if this has anything to do with it, but let's get into it. separators, chapter, text files, before section, section break. Between section, section break, except for scenes, which, okay, good. All right. Let's try this again. What? Okay. Let's try this again. Here we go. This is the one. Export. Open in. Hello. No, it's not working. It's not working. It's not working. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It bothers me. Oh, wait a minute. 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 Why am I being dumb? I just did an ebook for A Cloak of Red, and that one looks great. So we open that on the iMac. And then we put the lime in the coconut. Hey, QU in theory. You know, I didn't ever, I guess, like, officially join the AuthorTube community, but I did make a lot of writing content for a very long time. Okay. So what's different here? Can I export this format? Export format. Okay, okay. Export format. Good. Dropbox. Legacy. Legacy EPUB. Let's just try saving it right there. And then we are in here. And we import the format. Dropbox. Legacy. Hey. My formats. Okay. Assign section layouts. As is gets the as is. Chapter gets chapter. And scene gets scene. Is that right? worth a shot. Let's try it. Everything else is the same cover image, titles, everything like that. Okay. Let's do it. We got this. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing about AuthorTube, oh, well, Erica, I mean, for one thing, I multi-stream. So this is going on Twitch right now, but it's also on YouTube right now. Like, you could go to the YouTube channel for VlogaNovel, and it's streaming right there. Yeah, and I've been streaming to YouTube ever since the beginning. Wait. Let's just look first. Ah, okay. Okay. I think we did it. We were missing front and back matter, but that's okay. 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 And compile. Let's do this shit. Yeah, so the thing about AuthorTube, you know, from an outsider's perspective, is like, so if you're doing anything like BookTube, AuthorTube, or whatever, that is a way of building a platform, right? AuthorTube, you're building a platform about writing. That's not what my platform is about. It just isn't. My platform is about fantasy and nerdy shit. And I know that there can be crossover there, but my point is that I made videos about writing for a long time. And it wasn't endlessly fulfilling for me. I enjoyed doing it for a long time, and then I just really got sick of it. I've talked about this before, but I actually don't like teaching. I don't like teaching. I like mentoring, but that's a totally different thing. And you just don't mentor on YouTube. You just don't. I think we have a winner here, people, by the way, in our ebook. Export. Open in. Kindle. I do remember the podcast. That had some issues. Yeah. You mean the storytelling podcast, Ria? Yeah. Hello. Yeah, the storytelling podcast was an interesting one. I liked... yeah, whatever. I don't want to talk about it. Hey, what's up, Bottegazilla? I'll just say that I'm glad that Storytelling Podcast died when it did. Okay, we're looking good here. Chapter 5. No, no. No, no. I like. I want a podcast. I want to do a talk podcast. I enjoy creating it. I have a lot of fun with it. I have a problem. I have had problems in the past being reliable on my schedule myself, and then also finding consistent co-hosts, and also finding co-hosts who have this, like, the skills that I don't have. You know, Zach was like my best co-host ever, right? But we had things where it was just like, can't do the show this week, and that's not fair, to we would go months without doing episodes. I really, really liked the We Make Movies Film Geeks podcast, but then that sort of fell apart as well. These things happen, I guess. Oh, I need to update my patron list. Okay. Okay. So, we've got a manuscript that's ready to go. But in the meanwhile, I have been streaming for an hour and a half now. So, I'm going to go walk around. And refresh my coffee. And then I will come back and we will do a final read of episode 1. And then we'll fucking publish it. How cool is that? I mean, publish it. We'll schedule it for release on Patreon. Be right back, y'all. Hey, we're back. Oh, my face is so white. All right. Hellskin, Episode 1. Garrett Robinson. Copyright 2020 by Legacy Books. All rights reserved. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, businesses, events, or locales is purely coincidental. Reproduction in whole or part of this publication without express written consent is strictly prohibited. Jeff. I don't know. I should put that, actually, in my copyright pages. That would be hilarious if every one of my copyright pages said, reproduction in whole of the part of this publication without express written consent is strictly prohibited. Jeff, all in caps, bold. I just thought of that, and now it's a thing that I want to do. This is an incomplete manuscript. This is one part of the novel Hellskin by Garrett Robinson. This is an early draft of the work shared only with Garrett's supporters on Patreon. Chapter 1. Why do I want to do that so badly? Oh, God. Sun might have been forgiven for wishing the conversation would end. After all, she had not exactly been invited to participate in it, and few things are worse than waiting on the edges of another's discussion, hearing what they say, and yet having little to offer. She had finished her meal some time ago. Albert, however, was still making his deliberate way through his food, and his speed was not aided by the debate he had begun with the woman at their table. Sun could not quite say why Albert had started speaking to her, except that it seemed to be a knack of the old man's. He had a friendly and approachable manner, for all his appearance of a rough old man. Strangers found him easy to talk to, and he always seemed eager to speak to them as well. That was how Sun had met him, after all. And I say, Albert responded to the woman, that the day we are all pleased with our kings is the day the world breaks. I have lived a good deal longer than you have, if you will forgive my saying so, and I have never known a time in which the commoner had only love for the noble. Prohibited, Jeff. I play Heroes of the Storm. It's like my most played video game, and when you pick a hero to go into battle with, they always have like a voice line, and one of my favorite things is Uther, because when you pick him, what does he say? Shit, it's been a long time. The light. Oh. The light abandons no man, except, and then I always add onto it, the light abandons no man, except Jeff. Fuck you, Jeff. He knows what he did. Eat a dick, Jeff. Why should I need to forgive a plain truth, said the woman, chuckling. And I do not wish for a perfect king, I only wish for a better one, this business on the Feldamarian border. Albin waved the stump of his right arm as if he had meant to wave his hand, but had forgotten it was missing. Many lips have passed the news of those troubles to our ears. Who knows what is really going on up there? But mayhap I will look into it before long, and then I will bring the truth back to you. The woman reached out to clasp his left wrist. A wanderer, are you? Then I accept your offer, and with gratitude. Only take care of yourself on the journey. The roads are not as safe as they were. When do you mean? Said Albin, grinning as he firmly shook her hand. The dream of safe roads is another I have never seen come true, but we will care for ourselves all the same. Good day to you. The woman gave a rueful laugh and, with a quick nod to Son, rose to leave. The moment she had faded into the crowd of the common room, Son leaned close. About time, old man. I thought you two would talk until sundown. Albin shrugged. I would not have minded it. Charming conversation is often in short supply. Son's brows rose. I hope you do not mean to insult me. No, indeed. I've enjoyed our conversations more than many in a good long while. I imagine your impatience is what has had you bouncing in your seat for the last half hour. I wondered if you had to relieve yourself. In fact, I would not mind the chance. It is only that you kept seeming to be on the verge of finishing your talk. Son stood from her chair, though Albin was still not quite done with his food. Jeff! Sighing, he scooped the last few spoonfuls of stew into his mouth. That is your trouble, son, or one of them, always too eager for the end. He led her through the common room and out the front door into the open air. With a kind word and a few copper slivers, Albin sent the stable girl to fetch their horse. Their horses, Son reminded herself. They had two now, for Albin had bought one for her. She could hardly believe that she owned a mount. Normally the horses that she had called hers had in fact belonged to her family. If you need to use the facilities, do it now, said Albin. I mean to push our pace today. But you said we were an easy day's ride from Bertram, said Son. Easy if we want to make the city by sundown, said Albin, but I would rather get there ahead of the dark if we can. One of my friends in the city does not appreciate being woken at night, or being summoned, I should say, for he is often busy. For he is often awake. One of my friends in the city does not appreciate being woken at night, or being summoned, I should say, for he is usually already awake and accompanied. Jeff be praised, I now have biscuits. Son scowled at him. I suppose you mean to tell me that we will not have time for the story. Albin chuckled. Oh, were you anxious about that? Then be assured that I do not mean to gallop the whole way. There will be plenty of opportunity for talking. That is all I needed to hear. I will return quickly. She darted around back of the inn to the outhouse. As with many places she had visited lately, As with many places they had visited lately, it was only a wooden platform with a hole in it, but her nose did not curl quite so bitterly as it used to. She was growing somewhat used to conditions on the road, though they were far less glamorous than the luxury she had been raised in. It made her wonder what her parents would think if they could see her now, but that thought carried worry in its wake, and she shied away from it. Thoughts of her parents had pressed themselves more and more into her mind of late. Had they halted their procession, sending their guards to seek her across the land, or would they have carried on, eager to reach the end of their road and begin the long process of raising their station to former heights? Son could never know for certain, and so it was useless for her to think too long upon it. Yet in the back of her mind there scratched, like a scribe marking the days in his tome of history, a chart of where her parents would be on a given day if they had continued on their planned course. They would reach Bertram before long, not today as Son would, but not too far in the future either. Son did not plan to be there when they came, however, and so she found it easier than she expected to banish the last thoughts of her family as she came back around the front of the tavern, cinching her belt as she did so. Son patted her horse fondly on the neck as Albin handed her the reins. Have you thought of a name yet? Said Albin. You know it is bad luck to ride a horse with no name. Because I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to get out of the rain. That was Mag's superstition, said Son. Krispy Kreme donut for breakfast? Oh, it sounds good. Albin smiled sadly. I called it so at the time, yet you already know my thoughts on many subjects have changed since then. My opinions have not had the chance to be tempered by so many years as yours have seen. Son looked at the back of the horse's head in deep thought. It was a fine steed, though clearly not one meant for battle. She thought that Albin could have ridden his roan into a fight without too much trouble. Son's brown mare was too slight and just a bit too skittish, trusting of Son's judgment but nervous at a sudden noise. I will name her Unvikar if it will reassure you, though I will call her Vika more often, for it comes more easily to the tongue. Albert smiled so that she wondered if he knew the old tongue of Dulmoon that she had drawn the name from, but he said only, I hope you name her for yourself and not just for my assurance. But I think it is a fine name. Hello, Vika. He reached over and scratched the mare behind the ears, which she hesitantly permitted. Now let us be off. They remained on foot and walked the horses at first, pressing into the busy traffic of the town's main street. There were many wagons and carts plodding their way through the shallow mud, heading east and west in roughly equal numbers. Those heading west were laden with goods, mostly foodstuffs, to be brought and traded in Bertram. Those heading west were laden with goods, mostly foodstuffs, to be traded in Bertram, where Albert and Son were now headed. Those rolling east were mostly empty, or else held goods from the city to be traded in town. But though the crowd was thick, still there was room enough to weave through it, which Albert did with expert swiftness. Navigating the press kept them silent until they left the town's western end. There the way opened before them, the carts having room to spread out and single riders being able to leave them behind. But before Son and Albert mounted, she met his eyes and spoke. I want to hear how Mag died. Albert went still for a moment. Without answering, he climbed into his saddle. Son did the same, but she kept her eye on him all the while. She half expected him to spur his mount, still without answering her. But at last he returned her gaze, peering at her from under his hood, which he had raised against the last chill of morning. This is the third time you have asked me to tell you that, and the first time you have said it so plainly. Son had expected him to deny her outright. His answer was not what she had asked for, but it was not a refusal either, and that surprised her. Thus it was a moment before she said, You told me I may ask whatever I wish, though you are not obligated to tell me the story that I want. Albert sighed and turned his eyes forwards again. He nudged his horse to a trot, and Son did the same to Vika. When he spoke again, it was a bit louder this time, to ensure she could hear him over the clapping of hooves. They say the best stories never end. Albin's voice was sad and solemn, but strong. It was the tone of one speaking at the funeral of a dear friend, an acknowledgement of grief, but also a resolution to face the future without fear. That is not true. All tales end, yours, mine, Mag's, but together they weave the tale of the whole world, and that tale will never die, even if one day none of us are left to hear it. He glanced at her again, but only for a moment. It is as I said in the tavern, Son, you're too eager to reach the end of the story. You'd be wiser to enjoy yourself. Take your time. All things end, yes, but that does not mean we should charge recklessly towards that end, eager to meet it. Neither should we cower from it, afraid for it to find us. I have met many people who needed to learn that second lesson. Mag needed to learn the first one. Chapter Dos. The land of Dorsey was wintry and forbidding when Mag, Dryleaf, Oku, and I rode down out of the Sunmane Pass. We had clothes to protect us against the weather, but there was a sort of cold that no cloak can entirely dispel, and it shrouded us. You will remember that we had remained in northeastern Calenton for some time before continuing our pursuit of Kaita. The best information we had was that she had been heading southwest, and so that was where we rode. We took the long road south... The best information we had was that she had been heading southwest, and so that was where we went. We took the long road south through Calenton's eastern reaches, bearing my sister's writ, which let us pass unmolested through the lands of the border lords. In the city of Oparo we remained for a few days, visiting our friend Victon and seeking what information we could. But there was precious little of that. All along our journey north, Kaita had been enticing us with a trail of clues, leaving just enough information to make us think we were terribly clever for discovering it. Now that she did not wish to be followed, we were faced with tracking down a weremage when we knew nothing of her aim or destination. We knew only of her connection to the Shades, and so it was information about them that we sought. All we had found so far was some vague rumor, gleaned from the border lord in Opara, of a plot that concerned northeastern Dorsey, and so that was where we had turned our steps. It was now 2 days since we had come south out of the mountains, and we were drawing near to a small town by the name of Taitu. As we rode, Dryleaf often turned to face the south. He was blind, of course, but he had traveled these lands when he was younger. He knew the birchwood was close, and he must have been thinking of Lauren. Lauren would have been much on my mind as well, except that I was preoccupied with Mag. She was my best friend, and we often jested and poked fun with each other, but somewhere in the Sunmane Pass a dark mood had started to come over her. There had been an avalanche in those mountains, and though it posed no danger to us, Mag had been somber since. I thought she might be concerned for Dryleaf and me, imagining that she was dragging us along a more dangerous path than she had at first foreseen. Or maybe she simply hoped, as I did, that the end of the road was near and all her thought was bent upon it. But as we approached the walls of Taitu, I sought to cheer her up. "What troubling thoughts leave you so grumpy?" I called out to her. "If you are not careful, your face will freeze in that frown, though I suppose that could only be an improvement." She did not laugh. In fact, she barely glanced at me. "No troubling thoughts," she said simply, "only a hope that the journey's end nears. But mayhap that is a fool's hope." "You should enjoy what you can of your wanderings," I told her. "Look at the land we ride in. Is it not beautiful? Drink it in and let your cares go while they are not pressing." "It is beautiful," agreed Mag. "It always has been." I cocked my head at her. "What do you mean?" She tossed her head to the northeast. "I used to live 2 days' ride from here, in the northern... in the northern reaches of that forest over there. Taitu was the closest settlement of any notable size. I once thought it was a great city." There are few things she could have said that would have been more surprising. In all our years together, Mag had almost never spoken about her past. "I did not know that," I answered after a moment. "It was a small village." Her words came slow, her voice careful. "A very small village called Shuinyo. There I dwelled until I outgrew it, I suppose. Eventually I had to go out into the wider world, of which I knew nothing, and when I did, I had to pick a direction. South was straight into the forest, west led only to mountains, and I knew of nothing interesting to the east. But I had heard tales of Feldamar, and it seemed a curious kingdom, so that is where I went. And that led me to the Upangan Blades, and to you. We met barely a week after I left home." I've described to you the feeling I had when hearing satyrs refer when hearing satyrs refer to the Lord. How it was akin to hearing a bear speak, more troubling for the fact of it than the meaning in the words. To hear Mag's words gave... than the meaning behind it. To hear Mag's words gave me a similar feeling, but rather than fear, it filled me with an intense curiosity. In just a few moments she had told me more of her early life than in all the 20-odd years I had known her. I suppose I was not unlike you, desperate for her to give me more details, to continue the story. However, if you will forgive me saying so, I had the sense to rein in my questions, all but one. "Do you want to visit?" I said. Mag gave me a sharp look. "Not now, of course," I said hastily, "but mayhap after our business with Kaita is finished. Is there anyone there you wish to see?" "No." Her answer came without hesitation. Her tone was not harsh, but neither did it leave any room for argument or doubt, and she did not explain further. "Fair enough," I said, attempting nonchalance, but in truth I was afraid I may have sent her guard crashing back down, and I wished I had said nothing at all. 2 days behind us, at the eastern end of the Sunmain Pass, a rider came out of the mountains. They stopped at the last crest before the road descended into Dorsey's lowlands. The height was lofty enough that they could see Dorsey's capital, Danfon, in the far distance. They pulled their cloak a bit tighter around them. They had been searching for us, and their search had gone on for a long time. Disappointment in Calenton was close behind them, and now the trail was fresh again, and it led them into Dorsey. With a grumble and a set in their shoulders, they nudged their horse forwards, down into the lands we ourselves had entered only days ago. Dusk was still hours away when we reached the town of Taitu. At the western gate we found guards looking at us with suspicion. This, of course, was routine to us now. From Constable Yue at the gates of Lanshui to the Rangatira soldiers who guarded Opara, we were well practiced in dealing with servants of the king's law. We had our story already prepared and well rehearsed from long repetition. But this time was different. For one thing, there were 4 constables posted, rather than the typical 1 or 2, but far more dismaying to my mind were the 2 mystics who stood beside them. I knew many mystics in my day. Some were good, like Jordell of the family Adair, who I have told you about. A few were cruel, most were somewhere in the middle, but I never wished to get involved with mystics if I could help it. If they had a hand in any situation, it was because things had gotten much worse than they should have. But with rare exceptions, I never wished to get involved with mystics if I could help it. If they had a hand in any situation, it was because things had gotten much worse than they should have. And with some exceptions, I knew them for a suspicious lot, willing to do anything to solve whatever crime they were investigating. They were only too willing to eliminate anything or anyone they perceived as a threat to the High King's order. So you can understand it was with some trepidation that we submitted ourselves to an inspection by the Red Cloaks. More than just their scrutiny, I feared that word of our coming might reach unwanted ears. The Shades had agents in many places, and I had no doubt that at least some of them had infiltrated the Red Cloaks. Yet there was nothing we could do, other than turn and ride from Taitu with all possible speed, and that would have been suspicious, to say the least. Then the Mystics would have sent out word to their order that 3 riders of our descriptions had refused to submit to inspection, and word could not have been long in reaching Kaita. So I fixed a smile on my face as I stood a few paces off from Foolhoof, my gelding. "Is there anything I can help you with, friend? If you tell me what you are looking for, mayhap I can tell you where to find it." The mystic searching my saddlebags, a short, stout woman with long dark hair, frowned at me. It was her second time going through my things. "If you are carrying what I am looking for, you would not tell me." "Contraband, is it?" said Mag. "Or mayhap you seek a blue cloak?" I winced. Dark take, Mag. She almost seemed to enjoy taunting the people who were most concerned with catching the Shades and ending the terror they had brought to the 9 Kingdoms. Both mystics gave her sharp looks. "An odd thing to say," growled the second one, a strong-armed Twix with impressive scars on their bare arms. I wondered how they were not shivering with cold. "What makes you think of blue cloaks?" "Come, my friends." Dryleaf was as polite as ever, and his thick beard jumped when he talked. "Do you imagine we are ignorant of the rumors about these Shades? Sky above, they attacked the seat. It does no one any good to pretend at secrecy. Not us, and not you, with your mission from the High King." "Our mission is our own, and we will see to it," said the woman. "But as for you 3, what exactly do you know of the Shades?" "Only what everyone knows," I said, shrugging. "They attacked the seat, and then they vanished. All else is rumors." The Twixt glared harded. The Twixt glared hard. "What rumors exactly?" "Woo! Lo! I hope you are not being rude to Taitu's newest guests." The new voice startled both mystics into frenzied, furtive movements. They yanked their hands from our saddles, smoothed their cloaks, and stood at attention as another mystic approached from within the gates of the city. As he came to a stop before them, they saluted with fists over their hearts. The first thing I noticed about the new arrival was his smile, for it was ever present and it flashed with well-kept white teeth. After that I noticed that he was short, or a bit shorter than me anyway, and layers of both fat and muscle piled beneath his clothing. He wore a red cloak, like most of those in his order, and the mystic badge, 3 rods bound by a circle with 3-sectioned wings behind. But he also bore an arrow insignia on his tuni. Arrow insignia on his tunic that told me he was a captain, the same as Jordell had been. My fingers played with a small bag at my belt holding one of Jordell's clasps, which I had taken from his body in token of memory. I was glad the mystics had not wanted to search our every pocket and pouch. As the captain came to a clipped halt, I found myself straightening as the other mystics had, out of long habit, the habit of drawing up before an officer about to inspect you. Mag, if anything, slouched a bit more. "Your fine warriors were doing only their duty, I am sure," said Dryleaf. He stepped forwards and offered his hand, grasping at empty air in an attempt to find the captain. The mystic stepped forwards and took his wrist. No quote. The mystic stepped forward and took his wrist gently to shake it. "They are dutiful, no doubt," he said, "though they often inconvenience new arrivals more than turns out to be necessary. But what can one do? These are dangerous times. I'm certain one such as yourselves understand." Ding-dongs and 4 Three Musketeers. Ooh, I miss 3 Musketeers. I gotta pick some up sometime. "These are dangerous times. I'm certain one such as yourselves understand." Mag cocked her head. "One such as ourselves?" "Well, you understand me," said the captain. "Warriors." Mag paused, appraising him silently for a moment. To cover the sudden silence, I stepped towards the captain and extended my hand as Dryleaf had done. "Of course we understand. Captain..." His eyes flashed as he took my wrist and shook. "You recognize the insignia? Not many do. I'm Captain Kuhn of the family Zhao." I think I managed to keep my expression neutral, but inside I winced. Recognizing a captain's arrow was nothing a simple traveler would be able to do. He suspected we were fighters, and I had just confirmed it. But I said only, "I'm Kanahari, and my friend here is Chow. Our elderly friend is Dryleaf." "I may be blind, but I say again that I think you overstate things," said Dryleaf, cheerfully snippy. If I could see, I do not doubt I would find you almost of an age with me." I chuckled, though the joke was well rehearsed. Dryleaf smiled, but Captain Zhao's eyes were on Mag. She was staring around as if in boredom, waiting for us to sort out the pleasantries. Kuhn saw it, and he pointed at her as he laughed, late enough that we knew it was not at Dryleaf's joke. "There, do you see that? Her manner reassures me more than any words the 3 of you could speak." Still holding my right hand in his, he clapped his left hand over them both and turned to the mystic behind him. Look at her. Chow, they say. Not a care in the world. Not afraid of you two searching through her things. You would expect a little nervousness from an enemy warrior. Pardon me, you did say you were warriors, did you not? We did not, I said, but I can answer you now and tell you that we were. Both of us, in fact, served as mercenaries in our youth. Interest sparked in Kuhn's eyes. Sell swords. How utterly fascinating. The High King always needs soldiers to fight in her wars. Who knows when the armies of Dulmoon will strike next? And I am certain she would rather have you on her side than let you be snapped up by Dulnish forces, or, come to think of it, by the Shades, as I believe you were just speaking of. This line of conversation seemed to be drawing into perilous territory. Mag's attention was fully back on the conversation, but I spoke before she could. Our fighting days are long past us, I told him. We were merely looking for a friend, another former mercenary who had gone to the coast to visit family. When we heard the seat had been attacked, we grew concerned. We have journeyed long to seek her, for as you said, these are uncertain times. Fear not on our account. We are true citizens of Underrealm and would never lend our blades to vile traitors and rebels. I gave an easy smile. But we are old citizens as well, and too weary of fighting to pledge them to the High King's armies, even for coin. I half expected Kuhn to look disappointed, but he only smiled broader and shook his head. That is a pity. You seem as though you would be good to have in a fight, but I might have guessed that you had left your fighting days. Kuhn did not look disappointed, but only smiled broader and shook his head. That is a pity. You seem as though you would be good to have on our side. That's even better. But I might have guessed that you had left your fighting days behind you, what with your companion. Meaning no offense, of course, grandfather. He chuckled. Oh, that is quite all right, young man, said Dryleaf, matching the man's laugh. Who could look at me and see a great champion? Well then, said Kuhn, you are free to go on about your business, of course, but be careful. The shades seem to come from nowhere, emerging from the birchwood in strength when no one knew where they were. No one knew they were there. One wonders where they could be lurking now. One wonders indeed. I shook his hand once more and then helped Dryleaf into his saddle before gaining my own. Thank you for your kindness, he said, meaning that there needs to be a quote there. Thank you for your kindness. It is good to see that even in suspicious times there are those who have not forgotten the value of courtesy. Sky bless you. And may the moon shine upon your path, said Kuhn. He smiled as we left and even gave a little wave just before we passed through the gate. That could certainly have gone worse, remarked Mag as we passed into the streets of Taitu. I'm not prone to trusting mystics, but if they were all like him, I might change my mind. I nodded. So might I. In fact, my only worry about him is that he might be too friendly for his own good. A trusting manner is welcome to travelers, but it might let more sinister folk slip through a net that should be tight. Dryleaf gave a quiet grunt of agreement. I did not look back at him, and so I missed the deep lines of concern etched into his face. As we rode off, Captain Zhao watched us go. The constables at the gate, who had watched our exchange nervously, settled back into positions of rest. Zhen and Lo, the two mystics posted there, remained standing at rigid attention. Well, Captain, said Zhen at last, we shall continue our vigilance. Of course you will, said Kuhn, still smiling. Nephew, follow these new arrivals. Lo looked at Zhen in confusion, but Zhen's expression bent towards a frown, though he tried to restrain it. I prefer not to be referred to that way, Captain. Kuhn's smile widened. I am truly sorry, I keep forgetting. Sergeant Zhen of the family Zhao, take one of your unit and follow them. Keep track of everything they do. Excuse me. But, Captain, said Lo, with the way you acted towards them, do you think they are suspicious? You think them above question because I was friendly? Said Kuhn, chuckling. Of course I was polite. What possible benefit could result from rudeness? Even the darkest circumstances do not demand ill manners. But they are liars, all three of them. Retired warriors. Both of them have bloodstains on their boots and clothes. Old stains, but not nearly old enough. They are fighters, and they have fought recently, within weeks. Follow them and bring any information directly to me. Are they shades, Captain? Ventured Zhen. That is precisely what I mean to find out. The shades surprised us once. I vow beneath the sky that they will not do so again if I can prevent it. Hey, Felix! How's it going? Long time no see. Now, you will recall that Mag said she used to live near Taitu. She did not explain further at that time, but later I learned something of the place she had called home before we met, and I think I shall tell you something of it now. Xuanyu was a small village, as she had said. The people there mostly lived on their own merits, farming and hunting for sustenance, with just enough craftsmen to see to the day-to-day needs of the people. They had some small trade with what they saw as outsiders. Taitu lay close by the south to the southwest, and the Dortian capital of Dortian city of Bianje stood on the border of Dorsi and Feldamar not far to the north. To the east was the road south from Yota, the Feldamaran capital. But Xuinyu was too small a place to receive great caravans from either of those cities, and only small, modest traders came to visit the village, so that it was rare to meet more than a dozen outsiders in a year. After her early years in Xuinyu, Mag was apprenticed to a brewer there. The brewer's name was Duana, and she was as good a master to Mag as could have been hoped. Mag took to the craft with great zeal and exceptional skill. Under Duana's expert tutelage, she learned the little tricks and techniques that would one day let her brew the ale she was so renowned for. But she told me more than once that Duana's skill was far above her own, her brew much better than Mag's, and I have often lamented that I never had the chance to taste it. Now, at that time, there was a man in town named Ciaran. He was a Hedon, but he had moved to Dorsi in his youth and had eventually settled in Xuinyu. Being from so far away made him feel like an outsider, and that made him want others to feel the same. He had a caustic manner and a cruel streak, and was given to creating division between people where none had been before. Naturally, he did not get on well with Mag. Rather than remain ever at his throat, she tried to avoid him where she could. But her master Duana owned the town's tavern as well as the brewery, and so Mag found it hard to avoid Ciaran entirely. Whenever she was around, he would barb and jab at her in subtle, veiled ways. I'm sure you know what I mean. Statements that meant. Were meant. Statements that were meant to be taken for insults, but which you could always claim had been perfectly innocent. Stuck in the house, yeah, all of us, Felix. I only know of 2 times that Mag rose to the bait. The first was in the tavern while Ciaran was downing a mug of her latest brew. He slurped at it too loudly and gave deep gasping breaths between each swig, a habit he knew she hated. That was a bugbear of Mag's, by the way. If I ever wished to annoy her, all I had to do was eat with my mouth open or smack my lips and tongue as I drank. Before long, she would pitch me into the nearest body of water she could find. I usually considered it worth it. I had to take my victories where I could, you understand. This is fair stuff, said Ciaran, slamming his mug on the table a little too hard. One day someone might actually call you skilled at your craft, child. Mag kept her gaze on the bar as she scrubbed it with a hand cloth. I thank you, of course. Then again, said Ciaran, mayhap you have reached the pinnacle of your skill already. It can be that way. You reach a peak early on and steadily grow worse with time. If you find that to be the case, you must not be too disappointed. Mag had very nearly scrubbed through the varnish on the bar by this point. Her washcloth stopped, and a close observer would have seen her jaw muscles were like iron. She spoke before she could moderate either her words or her tone. Well, if I have already reached my peak, at least I can say I have one skill. Mayhap one day you will be able to say the same, though I doubt it. Ciaran's face grew as ugly as his heart. He was a large man, with arms thick and hairy, and a great barrel chest packed with muscle from his work at the anvil. He pushed back his chair with a jerk, the tavern filling with the screech of wood on wood. Most conversations around them dimmed, unless the speakers were too drunk to notice the sudden tension in the air. I do not take kindly to insults, said Ciaran, but I will accept an apology if you grovel enough. Otherwise we can go outside, and I will beat one out of you. Mag's blood was up. Duana was nowhere to be seen, so she gave him a fierce smile. I'm no bard, and so I have no words to tell you how amused I will be to see you attempt it. Now the people around them were getting nervous, that curious tension that always surrounds a bar fight. They do not wish to see anyone get hurt, at least not too badly, but there is always something thrilling about seeing 2 foes knock the stuffing out of each other, and never is that more true than when a grudge has long been fomenting. Outside, growled Ciaran, now, and he strode out the front door. Mag lifted the hinged panel that locked off the bar and began to follow him. Hey, what's up, Alex? Oh, you've been here. What's oof? Mag lifted the hinged panel that locked off the bar and began to follow him, but just then Duana came out from the tavern's back room. She saw Mag heading off, and then she noticed that Ciaran was no longer in his chair. Where are you going? She asked Mag uneasily. Mag barely glanced back at her. One of our customers asked for my services. Mag, said Duana, let it go. You have better ways to spend your time. Oof at the insults to Mag. Heh. Well, fuck him. Mag, said Duana, let it go. You have better ways to spend your time. But customers were hurrying out after Ciaran, eager to see the fray. Mag gestured at them and then at the emptying tables in the room. Do I? It seems most of our patrons wish for me to go outside. I will not be a moment. She stepped through the front door. Ciaran waited in the street for her, hands clenched to fists at his side. He had rolled up his sleeves, revealing hairy forearms. His face was mostly an ugly squint. Mag stepped up before him. Mag stepped up to him, and the contrast was striking, this smallish young woman before a hulking brute of a man. Some of the crowd's enthusiasm died, but not nearly all of it. I shall give you one last chance to apologize, said Ciaran, and I shall let you swing first, said Mag. Then her face went dead. The light faded from her eyes. It was her battle trance, and it chilled the villagers of Schwinyu to see it. Even Ciaran seemed stricken for a moment, and he hesitated. But then he glanced around, seeing the villagers, knowing they were witnessing his doubt, his weakness as he thought of it. He swung for her face. Mag grabbed his wrist and twisted. Her hand drove into his armpit like a knife. Ciaran cried out in pain as he doubled over. Mag's fists pummeled his cheeks, his nose, his chin. She did not strike his barrel chest. Why bother when thick muscle guarded him like armor? Only when he bent and twisted, trying to escape, did she strike at his kidneys with punishing savagery. She knew just where to strike to hurt him the most, all the places that can break someone no matter their size. Ciaran cried out again and again, more plaintive each time. It was not long before he sounded more like a child than a hale and hearty smith. She did not draw out his suffering. After beating him nearly into submission, she caught his wrist once more. Pinching the nerve, she sent him reeling off balance. With a sweep of her leg, she tripped him, and even as he fell, she levered him over her shoulder, flinging him 3 paces to land in a heap among the crowd. He struck a few of the onlookers, but they did not seem to mind after being treated to such a spectacle. The Rowd The crowd had murmured before the fight. When Ciaran had thrown his first punch, a few had cried in excitement. Cried out. But during the beating, everything had fallen to deathly silence. Now that silence reigned for a moment longer, and then all at once the crowd burst into shouts and cheers. Some gathered around Ciaran's fallen form, trying to help him back to his feet. Others clustered around Mag, talking all at once. Such was their excitement that not one of them noticed as her battle trance fell away. For a moment her eyes flickered with something like fear, the deep uncertainty of one who finds himself in a strange place, disoriented and alone. None of the crowd saw it, but Duana, watching from the tavern's front porch, did. Her eyes filled with concern, even as Mag pressed through the crowd to the door. Duana took hold of her arm. Mag, she said quietly, are you all right? A moment passed before Mag could force an uncaring smile. Am I all right? Look at him. She tossed her head at Ciaran, and then she gently pulled her arm from Duana's grasp to go inside. It was the first time Mag ever fought another person, but of course it was not the last. Wait, said Sun, that could not have been her first fight. Alburn raised an eyebrow. Oh, can it not? Of course not, cried Sun. Where did she learn how to do that? And her battle trance. You told me you experienced something like it in Tokana, but you wondered what horrible fate could have befallen Mag that led her to discover it. You're telling me it happened by chance during some barroom brawl in a town no one has ever heard of? Alburn shrugged, annoying her further. Not only did it seem he had no answer, he seemed not to think an answer was terribly important. She had no idea where it came from, the trance or her skill at fighting. Sun took a deep breath and then another. I'm not asking about her at that time, she said. I'm asking you now. Do you know where her ability came from? That only earned her a grin. You have sharp ears and a sharper wit. That is no answer. Alburn held up his hands as though pleading for mercy, but he kept smiling. I have some ideas and some rather wild guesses, but they will sound entirely outlandish if you do not know the story behind them. And that is the story I am telling you now. Sun turned away from him and looked at the road ahead. The town was far behind them and Bertram was nowhere in sight. They were in open country, with only the blue water off to the south to break up the landscape. There were no answers to be found and no relief. I hate waiting, she growled. Alburn laughed hard. That is an understatement, if ever there was one. Chapter 4. It occurs to me that I have said little of Kaita. She was in northeastern Dorsey at the time, as was our hope. In bird form, she could fly straight over landscapes we had to find roads to take us through. But such travel is exhausting to a weremage. A rider passes most of a journey's weariness to their mount. Kaita felt the full burden of it in her own body, and it wore her down more and more as the days added up to weeks and weeks grew close to months. But where we were wandering aimlessly, she knew just where to go. Thus she was far away from us when she reached an outpost of shade southeast of the Dunfen Lake. There they hid from prying eyes in the thick woods, which no one has ever cleared. In raven form, Kaita ducked below the canopy of the trees. Flitting from branch to branch, she searched for signs leading to her kindred. Weariness and anxiety made her movements sharp and jerky, and she thrashed in her flight, moving like one enthralled by mind-word. But at last she spotted a path, marked by trees carved with subtle signs that one could only see if they knew what to seek. After following the signs for nearly a league, she at last spotted the fresh-hewn timbers of the Shade's buildings. Though she wanted to collapse from relief, she forced herself into one last desperate flight, covering the last few spans with a frenzied beating of her wings. She landed in the center of the camp. Some Shades looked up curiously, and then all gazes snapped to her as her eyes began to glow and her human form emerged from the raven's wings and black feathers. She had kept her close-fitting clothes, of course, in the Shade's colors of blue and gray, but they were entirely filthy with the sweat and grime of the road, and worn threadbare from nights spent in dark dells and upon the rocky floors of caves. Kaita knew it, and so she threw her hands up as the Shades drew their blades and knocked arrows. As the Shades drew their weapons and knocked arrows. I serve the Master of Death. Her voice was half a croak, traces of the raven's call still lingering in her throat. I'm Kaita. There must be at least one here who knows that name. For a moment no one answered. Kaita feared she would be shot down where she stood or taken prisoner, to waste priceless time in a cell until someone decided what to do with her. But then, from the corner of her eye, she saw a wisp of a man straighten, sheathe his sword, and step forwards. Kaita? His voice was as wonder-struck as the look in his eyes. What in the dark below are you doing here? Harata, she gasped, and her voice nearly broke on the word. She took a step towards him, doing it slowly so that her knees did not give out. I might ask you the same. I thought you were in Feldemar. Reassigned, he said absent-mindedly. He turned to the other Shades. I know her. Lower your weapons. Someone go and get the commander. The commander. Kaita's heart leaped. Harata, who is in charge here? Tagata, he said. Kaita's hopes fell. She is a... I know her well, said Kaita, waving off his words. She put a hand on his shoulder, more for support than out of affection. I hoped Rogan might be here. Harata looked upon her with pity. I'm sorry, he said. We have not seen Rogan in weeks. Roganin. There we go. We've not seen Rogan in weeks, not since the assault on the seat. I thought he was at the Watcher. Kaita shook her head, stifling her anger to keep from snapping at him. It was hardly Harata's fault that he was wrong. He is not. I went there first. They had not seen him since he marched to the sea. Harata frowned. Then where is he? I do not know. Now Kaita could not entirely keep the exasperation from her voice. That is what I am here to find out. Some of her exhaustion... Sorry, you can't scroll down on my screen. I apologize. Some of her exhaustion must have showed in her bearing, for Harata stepped closer and put an arm around her, leading her towards the central building of the compound. Well, let us get you some food, not to mention a place to sit down. You look as though you have taken a long road to get here. Longer than you know, said Kaita, and though she tried hard to keep an upright, regal bearing, she leaned heavily on him. It felt strange to be walking again after so many hours, powering along on wings. Thank you, Harata. Color came to his cheeks. We are all children of the Lord. We owe each other at least as much. Inside was a corridor that turned immediately right and left. Harata took her to the right, where soon they came into a mess hall. There were some scattered Shades sitting about the tables, but not many, for it was between the midday meal and supper. Once he had her seated, Harata ran to the kitchen and fetched her some bread and the remains of that day's soup. Kaita had not realized how hungry she was until the food was before her. She tore into it like a woman starving, and when Harata fetched her some ale, she finished the first mug in but a moment. As she ate more and more, crumbs and ale covering her lips and then her cheeks, Harata's eyes grew wide. Dark below, Kaita, he said, almost whispering. What has happened to you? Nothing, said Kaita, and much. I have been long pursued, many times cornered, and twice his defeat come crashing down at the moment of my victory. And now I seek Rogan, but for dark's sake, she sent a fist crashing down on the table, tipping her mug, which fortunately was nearly empty. I cannot find him anywhere. Harata quickly snatched up her fallen mug and replaced it with his own full one. Well, we can help, at least in one respect. Tagata will know exactly where Rogan is. Yes, said Kaita, her hands beginning to shake as she took up her bread and splashed it into her soup. Almost at the end, finally. But how many times had she thought the exact same thing in the past many months? She shied away from the thought. Despair helped no one, least of all the one suffering from it. Being so preoccupied with her food, Kaita hardly noticed when another Shade entered the dining hall and approached the table. Only when Hirata looked up at the woman did Kaita realize she was there. "What is it?" said Hirata. "Where is the commander?" The woman, honestly barely more than a girl, glanced in fear at Kaita before she answered. "She is gone. Some errand of the Lord called her away, and no one knows exactly what. She took no one with her." Kaita paused, her mouth partly open, still full of soup-soaked bread. "What do you—" She paused and swallowed so that her speech was no longer slurred. "What do you mean, some errand?" "I do not know," said the girl, her face going pale. "No one seems to. She did not say when she would be back." Kaita's hand stopped shaking. She looked upon the girl with wonder, but without anger, despite the fear that was beginning to show in the girl's eyes. Tagata, the one person here who could tell her where Rogan was, and she had vanished just as Kaita had arrived. "Dark below," muttered Hirata. "That is ill fortune beyond belief. I'm sorry, Kaita, but still, you are here now. You can rest, at least overnight." "At least overnight." "You can rest. We can get you new clothes and, you will forgive me," he chuckled, "but a bath might do you some good." "Yes," said Kaita slowly, "yes it would, and I will enjoy sleeping in a bed rather than on the ground." But as Hirata rose and drew her up after him, as he led her to the bath and fetched her new clothes while she scrubbed the dirt from her skin, one thought remained with her, persistent, tapping at the door of her mind and trying to persuade its way in. Was it possible that Rogan did not wish for her to find him? Was it possible, the thought did not bear dwelling on, but could it be that the Lord himself did not wish for her to have what she sought? In a rigid mind, the seed of doubt can take long to find purchase, but it never stops growing once it has taken root. "It is time, my son." Rogan's hand clenched to a fist, crumpling the missive that had been brought to him. It told him something he already knew, that Kaita was searching for him. It told him something he already knew, that Kaita had been searching for him, was still searching for him even now, and that she was wearing herself nearly to death in the hunt. But this was the first time his father had spoken of the matter since Rogan first sent Kaita on her hunt. But this was the first time his father had spoken of the matter. Nope, that's not true. That's not true, because they talked at the end of the last book. But this was the first time his father had spoken of the matter since Kaita had failed in Tucana weeks ago. Double check my work. All right. So, since Kaita had failed in Tucana weeks ago. But this was the first time his father had spoken of the matter since Kaita had failed in Tokano weeks ago, when he had told Rogan that Kaita would have to die if the Shades were to win the war. He stood from the table in his small room. "Why now, father?" he said. "Do you not trust in me?" "Always," he said immediately. "Forgive my impertinence." The Lord's laugh was gentle. "You are too quick to beg my forgiveness. Those who serve us fell the same. Those who serve us feel the same way towards you as you towards me, afraid of even the smallest misstep, even when they are only curious." Afraid of making the smallest misstep, even when they are only curious. You are always gentle with them. Remember to reserve that same kindness for yourself. To answer your question, it is time because I have seen that it is time. I have no greater understanding than you. I have only a better grasp of the sight. Rogan shook his head. "Then I trust in you. Only you wish to delay the moment as long as possible." Rogan could feel the Lord's deep sigh in his bones, and he felt, too, the sadness that came with it. "I wish the same, yet if we are to achieve our aims." "I know." Rogan's voice had faded to a whisper. "Very well. I will send word to Kaita and tell her where to find me. Thank you, my son." His father left him, and Rogan felt empty as he always did. Soon he left his room. A short hallway brought him to the chamber where his advisors were in council. As he strode in, they were leaning over a map of Underrealm, discussing a new wave of raids into Feldamar. But the moment they noticed Rogan, the chamber fell silent. Everyone present looked at him, eyes shining with love, awaiting his command. Only Achaea dared to smile. What? Only Achaea dared to smile, stepping forwards and gripping his wrist. "Things are proceeding well, brother," she said. "Our brave warriors have done much to foment discord between Dorsey and Feldamar on the border, and by all accounts, no one in either kingdom knows they are ours." "Good," said Rogan. "And the affair in Danfon?" "It only awaits your order," Achaea answered without thinking, but as she caught the reason he asked, she straightened and her eyes went wide. The tension in the room thickened, all of them hanging on Rogan's next words. "The order is given," said Rogan. "Tell Wojin it is time to act." He paused. Unspoken words hung in the air and everyone could hear them. No one moved. Almost he stopped there. Almost he left his father's command unfulfilled. But Rogan was a dutiful son. "And send word to Kaita," he said. "Tell her where to find me. A long overdue conversation must finally take place." Chapter 5. "Not long after there was a coup in the Dortian capital of Danfon," said Albern. "I will not dwell over long on that tale. Others have told it elsewhere and better than I could. I do not doubt that you have already learned it from your instructors in history. Suffice it to say that Wojin of the family Fey, uncle and chief counselor to the king, overthrew his liege and took the throne. His efforts went to waste in the end, thanks to the Nightblade, but of course we did not know that at the time." Sun stared at him in wonder. They had stopped for the midday meal, and a bite of dried meat hung in her almost limp fingers, her mouth half open. "You were in Dorsey when the war there broke out?" she said. Albern smiled at her. "You might have guessed that. I do not doubt you learned the dates of it in your tutoring." "I did not count the days in my mind." Sun shook her head. "What was it like? I was taught that it was a horrid, bloody affair, and I cannot imagine that you escaped the fighting." "No, indeed," said Albern. "It threw the whole kingdom into chaos. Indeed, it rocked the foundations of all of Underrealm. And word was not long in reaching us, nor was it long before we found ourselves drawn into the conflict." But Dorsey's civil war found the rider before it found us. Leagues west of Huzen, they were making their way along the road. They had been following the erratic, swerving trail of our progress across northeastern Dorsey, following every lead from barkeeps, constables, and anyone else who would speak to them. Now winter had given snowfall overnight, and it was not entirely out of their boots. They shook their feet every so often to keep the water from growing too cold with stillness. Something had changed. When the rider passed others, travelers or merchants or soldiers marching to some unknown destination, they were met with untrusting eyes that soon darted away. The rider was hooded and masked, yes, but this was something more than usual suspicion. Something had happened, but the rider had not had time to stop off and find out what. Suddenly they spied a troop on foot, making its way west along the road. The riders sighed and set their shoulders as they recognized Dortian soldiers. Dortian uniforms. The riders sighed and set their shoulders as they recognized Dortian uniforms. Stay calm, they thought, and say nothing if you can help it. But it did not seem that the sky had blessed them with fortune that day. As soon as the soldiers spotted the horse coming, they fanned out across the road to block its path. The rider pulled up in front of the troop, glaring at them from beneath a dark brown hood. "Hail," said a soldier, wiping melted snow from her hair. "What is your business in these parts?" "What business of yours is my business?" said the rider. That seemed to stump the woman, not the women. Woman for a moment, and she glared up at the rider while trying to work out an answer. "I serve the king," she said at last. "The true king. I keep his peace. Who do you serve?" "True king." An odd word. An odd word for a soldier to use, but the rider put that thought from their mind. It could not be answered now, and was thus only a distraction. "I serve no one any longer," they said, voice muffled by the mask. "I am only looking for 2 friends in a strange land." "A strange land," said the soldier, eyes sharpening at once. "And what land is that?" The rider cursed inwardly. "I only mean that I come from western Dorset. I have never crossed the Great Rocks before." Slowly the soldiers began to edge forward, some of them reaching for their weapons. The woman who led them drew her sword halfway out. "A quick reply, if not an honest one," she said. "I think we have a spy on our hands." "I am no spy," growled the rider. "Oh," said the soldier in mock surprise. "I am sure a spy would never lie about such a thing. Search her belongings." The rider gave a great sigh. Her shoulders drooping as if in defeat. 2 guards saw the movement and relaxed, straightening as they came forwards. Their hands neared the horse's reins. With a great shout, the rider kicked at the horse's flanks. It sprang forwards as though stung, and the rider drove one booted foot into the face of each soldier. They fell back with cries and broken noses. The other soldiers scattered as the horse threatened to trample them. They shouted for her to halt, but their cries were impotent, for they had no steeds of their own. Quickly they faded into the distance. "Dark take it," thought the rider. "A fugitive now. Another thing to blame the wanderers for when I find them again." But what under the sky had happened in Dorset, when soldiers of the king were accosting lone travelers on the road? After Taitu, we spent more than 20 days in northeastern Dorset, riding from town to village to hamlet and back again. But nowhere could we find anything to tell us where to go next. It was in the town of Husen, not far from the coast and only a few days' hard ride from Taitu, that we began to rethink our plan. Wait a minute. Okay. It was in the town of Husen, not far from the coast, and only a few days' hard ride from Taitu, that we began to rethink our plan. We were in a tavern called the Spiced Fiddle, and Dryleaf had his boots off so that he could prop his stockinged feet up near the fire. Any chance to rest near a fire? Any chance to rest near a hearth, safe from winter's chill, now felt like a luxury. "Mayhap we should have been taking the wrong approach," said Dryleaf. "We have avoided large cities thus far, for there are too many prying eyes. Yet at the same time there are a great many listening ears, and also discerning minds to sift the truth from lies. Mayhap we would find better information in Danfon, or a city on the coast. We might even take a small detour to the High King's seat. I know some folk there who are able to gather news from all across the 9 kingdoms." I looked sharply at the old man. A trip to the seat seemed little more than an excuse to seek news of Lorne. If he thought to slip such plans past Mag, I thought he would have to try a little harder to conceal them. But then, to my surprise, Mag nodded thoughtfully. "That might be best," she said. "After all, the coast is not that far away, while Danfon would take us at least a week to reach unless we pressed our horses dangerously hard." "The coast it is, then," I said, hardly daring to believe it. "And in that case we should set out with all possible speed. We can reach it at a gentle ride in 4 days, but I would rather press ourselves to get there in 3. "Agreed," said Mag. She rose at once and went upstairs to see to our things, so that we could ride the next day at first light. Dryleaf sighed, pushing back his shoulders to relieve a pain in his back. "Another hard ride. I do not mind confessing to you that my old bones grow weary with the pace of our travel." I frowned with concern, but quickly tried to hide it, forgetting for a moment that he could not see. "We could slow up, at least somewhat. Kaitas and the wind. 1 or 2 days will make little difference in the search." "No, no," said Dryleaf hastily. "I am sorry to complain, and I would not slow our quest. Better to see the business done quickly. There will be a great deal of time to rest afterwards." "Well, you be sure to let me know if you need to rest now," I said. "It is not just our journey, it is yours as well. I would not see you run down to the bones on our account." He chuckled and reached out, probing at the air until he found my hand and patted it. Very kind of you, I am sure. But since the beginning of our road together, we have put our aims first and valued our comfort little. We made that choice for good reason, and I see little need to change it. I was about to answer, but the blast of horns outside drowned my words. I shot to my feet. Dryleaf sat up straight, clutching his walking stick. All around us, the tavern's patrons froze in their seats, all of them looking anxiously towards the door. Then they began to move, some towards the outside and some upstairs to their rooms. An attack, I said. Mayhap, it could be the shade, said Dryleaf. Find Mag and go. I will be fine here. Get yourself to our room, at least, I said. He hastened to obey. My bow rested against the wall, and I strung it quickly. At the back of the inn, stairs led up to the rooms. Down them came Mag, spear and shield ready. Outside, she said, and dashed towards the door. I followed her, slinging my quiver belt on and drawing one arrow. We burst through the door into the street, where we found Oku dancing nervously around. He gave a happy bark when he saw us and padded over to stand between us. Good boy, I said, patting his head. Now what in the sky is going on? A scene of chaos greeted us. Armed soldiers were killing each other in the streets, though most of the fighting was a good distance away from the inn itself. I half drew an arrow, but I stopped. There were no cloaks of blue in sight, and no blue... Huh? There were no cloaks of blue in sight, no shade uniforms to be seen. I see no shades, nor do I, said Mag. Her battle trance had come upon her, turning her voice toneless. It could be dull moon. No, wait, I said. Look at them, Mag. Every fighter wears the livery of Dorsey. The town's guards are fighting each other. It was true. 2-1, the soldiers before us wore the red and yellow of Dorsey. If there were any markings on their uniforms to distinguish them from each other, I could not tell. But there must have been, or how could any soldier know who they were supposed to attack? Mayhap they are shades in disguise, said Mag. Her voice was now free of the trance, likely because she did not know who to turn her spear against. Mayhap, I said. A sick feeling was growing in my stomach. Something was wrong here, worse than it had been in Launchby or Takana. No way for us to tell. We should retrieve Dryleaf and flee. Mag turned sharply to me. Flee? I waved an arm at the fighting. How can we join the battle when we do not know who is on which side, much less which side is the right one? Very well, said Mag, but where do we go? We need not worry about the direction, I said. This foe approaches from within, and so we must get ourselves without. We ran to the inn with all possible speed and fetched Dryleaf from the room. He took my arm and followed us quickly down the stairs. What is it? He said as we went. Who is attacking? We do not know, I said. Dortian soldiers are fighting each other in the streets. We have to leave the town. His bushy brows drew together. Dortian soldiers, he said slowly. We have no more answers than that, I said. Mag threw open the inn's door and we stepped out into the street, and I would rather discover them from a place of safety than in the midst of... You! Halt! 2 soldiers stood before us. The fighting had moved closer to the inn. These fighters... Two soldiers stood before us. The fighting had moved closer to the inn now. The guards who challenged us stood over a man's gutted body, dressed in the same uniform they were wearing. They raised their swords, approaching step by step. Go back inside, now. Mag's spear came up, her voice toneless again. That is not going to happen. One of them, a bulky man with a drooping mustache, snarled at her. We are servants of the true king, and you will obey our commands. He rolled his shoulder, the tip of his blade moving in a lazy circle. Unless you were traitors in league with the pretender. True king? Pretender? What was going on here? The second guard had stepped to the side, and I was very aware of how close her sword was to Dryleaf. I nudged the old man behind me. Oku bristled and growled at the woman. But while I hesitated, trying to determine the right course of action, Mag had no such hesitation. She pounced on the mustached man. For a terrible moment I feared she would kill him, but instead she just struck him down with the butt of her spear. He fell, stunned but not quite senseless, and Mag kicked his sword far out of reach. The woman put up a better fight, managing to trade 2 blows with Mag. But then the spontoon's tip came around, and Mag slammed the flat of it into the woman's temple with a crushing blow. She fell to the mud of the street, poleaxed, body limp in the pool of blood from the other soldier she had helped kill just before we arrived. limp body now lay in the pool of blood. Her limp body now lay in the pool of blood from the guard they had killed just before we arrived. What in the dark below is this? I said. No time to find out, said Mag. The horses. All the stable hands had fled, so we fetched our mounts on our own. We rode hard for the west gate, for it was closest to us. We steered away from the fighting as best we could, but sometimes we had to spur our horses to gallop straight through the battle. I kept a tight hand on the reins of Dryleaf's horse. He clung to the saddle, bent over his horse's neck to make himself as small a target as possible. I wondered how terrifying this must be for him, unable to see and only hearing the clash of blades and dying screams. The western gate was closed. 4 Dortian guards stood before it, their halberds held forwards in mourning. I thought I recognized them from when we had come into the town hours ago. Halt, cried one who seemed braver than the rest. At least her hands were not shaking. No one is leaving the town. We only wish to escape the fighting, I called back as we reined our horses in before them. We are simple travelers. This fight has nothing to do with us. No one is leaving, she repeated, and her voice was grim. By order of the mayor. I sighed and looked at Mag. Do you wish to? I do not wish to, but I will, she said, and dismounted. The soldiers, bless them, stepped towards us, for they saw a clear threat in Mag's stance. But when they thrust their halberds at her, the space where she had stood was suddenly empty. She ducked between and... What? She darted between and ducked beneath their swings. Though they were clearly well-trained, Mag's grace made them look clumsy and foolish. Oku edged forwards, though he seemed reluctant to join her in the fight. Kip, Oku, I said. She does not need us. Oku sat. Mag's spear lashed out 3 times, and one by one the guards fell. She did not slash or pierce them, but knocked them senseless with the butt or the flat of her blade. Only the guard who had challenged us remained, and now her hands did shake. She took 2 steps back, and now she was up against the gate. No one is permitted to leave, she cried, voice trembling and eyes wide. Mag's brow furrowed, as it might have at a particularly aggressive puppy. Then she knocked the woman's spear out of her grip, caught both her wrists in one hand, and pushed her against the gate with the haft of her spear across her throat. Now then, said Mag, suppose you tell us what under the sky is going on. The girl gritted her teeth and tried to free her hands, but she could no more move than she could have taken flight. I saw the moment the spark went out of her. Her shoulders sagged, and a held breath escaped her in a sigh. No one knows, said the woman, not for certain. Suppose you tell us what you suspect, or merely what you have heard, said Dryleaf. That might be just as useful. And if I do not, she said, glaring at Mag, then I will give you the same headache I gave your companions, and we will leave town regardless, said Mag easily. But I would rather not. We are no evil folk, but merely confused, and likely more so than you are. That hardly seems possible, snorted the woman. She had stopped struggling against Mag's grip, and so Mag released her wrists and took a step back. But I saw how her foot stayed close to the halberd, ready to kick it out of reach if the woman should reach for it. Ready to kick it away if the woman should reach for it. The guard rolled her head and felt gingerly at her throat where Mag's spear had been pressed against it. Thank you. In answer to your question, word has reached Huzen that King June has been killed. May he be safe in the darkness. Wojan has taken the throne. Killed, said Dryleaf. By who? The woman's face turned sour as old milk. Wojan says the High King sent an assassin. I could only stare at her. It was ridiculous, patently so. What possible reason could the High King have had for such madness? Who is this Wojan you speak of? I asked the woman. I do not know that name. But it was Dryleaf who answered. He is, or was, June's uncle, his head cocked. But he is not next in the line of succession. That would be His Excellency, Prince Senlin. What happened to him? Dead as well, said the guard, her eyes flashing. Or so they say. But I do not believe it, nor did my companions. We are servants of the king himself, not Wojan's hired thugs. It is Wojan's men who have attacked the town, for the mayor refuses to swear fealty to him. He thinks, and I agree, that Wojan staged a coup. With help of the shades, said Mag, her voice still a chilling monotone. The guard's eyes widened. How do you know that? We do not know it, I said, not for certain, but we are roughly as certain of it as you are that the High King did not have King June killed. Mag let her battle trance slip away, and she grimaced at me. It would seem, then, she said slowly, that you and your friends are loyalists to the true king. I would never have attacked you if I had known. I beg your forgiveness, and theirs. I held up a hand. To be fair to ourselves, we did ask nicely to leave, and in that spirit, please apologize to your friends for the headaches they will surely wake with. I shall consider it, said the guard. She eyed the halberd, but if she thought to seize it, it was only for a wistful moment. She motioned us forwards. Go on, then, since I clearly cannot stop you. In a moment I had the gate up, while Mag kept a wary eye on the woman, just in case. Then we were through and out into the open countryside while Husin was consumed in battle behind us. But as the guard went to rouse her comrades and rally them to the fight, two more figures slipped out the gate while her back was turned. They faded into the wilderness at once, following the tracks of our horses. Feedback is welcome. Hello, patron. I hope you enjoyed this episode of Hellskin. You're already helping me tremendously by being a patron, so please feel no obligation to do more than that. However, if you have feedback on this episode of the book, it would be most welcome. Your feedback can help me make the final product better for you and for every other Underrealm reader out there. You can leave your feedback in the comments of the Patreon post where you downloaded this episode, or you can email me at info@underrealm.net. Thank you, Garrett. Thank you to my patrons. Number of patrons. Got to update the list. Let me update the list real quick. Hey, what's up, Harlan? Hello? Good morning.
Good morning. Can you help me with something?
Maybe.
I have no idea what parallel sides mean. I tried using this hint, but it doesn't make sense.
Well, what does parallel mean?
I don't know. I've heard of parallelogram, but...
Okay, so parallel is when two lines are exactly the same direction and they'll never cross. So these two lines are parallel. These lines intersect.
So those aren't parallel.
Correct. What are these lines?
Not... intersect.
Good. What are these lines?
Parallel.
Good. What are these lines?
Parallel.
Good. What are these lines?
Parallel.
Good. So, both have at least one pair of parallel sides. So, does this have any parallel sides?
No.
No? The top one?
Yeah, it doesn't have any parallel sides.
Well, which sides aren't parallel? So the left is like that.
Yeah, but the right...
Is like that.
Yeah, but also the top and the bottom.
Are they parallel?
Nope.
They're not? Why not?
Because this side is longer.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's longer. It just matters if they are going the same direction and if they'll never run into each other. See? Parallel sides are always the same distance apart and will never meet. So those two sides, the top and the bottom, they're never going to run into each other, are they?
They're not.
So are they parallel?
Yeah.
Yes, they are. So, both have at least one pair of parallel sides. Is that true or false?
True.
Good. There you go.
So excited. I also don't know right angles. But that'll probably come up later.
Good.
But just warning you, it might not be too much later.
Okay.
I can't believe this, but right angles just came up.
Okay.
Both have at least one right angle. Right angles are two sides meeting with the corner of a square.
Okay, so does the top one have a right angle? Does it have corners that look like the corners of a square? The top one right there? Does that have any corners that look like the corners of a square?
Yeah, I like that.
Good. Does the bottom one have any corners that look like the corner of a square?
Like that one?
Is that how a square looks? Where it's like that? Or is a square like that?
Like, oh.
See what I mean?
Yeah, but.
So is this a square?
Yeah.
Good. Is that?
No.
Is that?
No.
Good. So a right angle like that. Okay?
Okay, so false.
Correct. Oh, yeah, good. There you go. All right. Gerbil. Okay. Good. We have a done fucking episode. Can you believe it? I can't believe it. Version 6. So now I schedule this to publish on Patreon, and then I get to take a break for lunch. We did it! Where the hell did I put the... Motherfuck! Yep.
It said both of these don't have a pair of parallel sides, but...
They do. Look.
I know that one has some, but...
Which one?
This one.
Okay. Where are the parallel sides on that one?
I don't know.
Top left, bottom right. See how they go in the same direction and they'll never run into each other?
Oh.
Also...
I did not know it was going diagonally.
See? Wait a minute. There's someone else in here.
No.
No, there isn't, huh?
Action.
Oh, Felix, it should... That should work. Okay. We log into the Patreon. And we put the lime in the coconut. I am going to start on episode 2 after this. Technically, I'm going to eat lunch first, but then yes. When am I going to put this out? 11 a.m.? 11 a.m. seems good. 11 a.m. on Friday. Okay. We done. Woo! So, with episode 1 being... with episode 1 being done, I am going to... Should I end the stream? I guess there's no real reason to. Yeah, there's no real reason to do that, so I'm not going to. Let's see, 214K. We do this, we do this, we do this. But I am going to go have myself some lunch because holy shit, I'm starving. This, of course, has given us a much better idea of how long each episode is going to take us. So far, for example, episode 1 has taken... so episode 1 took 14 hours. Now, I expect the other ones to be faster on the post-production side of things because we don't have to do so much setting up and planning out the ebook and whatnot, but we're only going to be like 4 or 5 episodes in before I have to start writing new first draft, so I have to think that through. But yeah, I'm going to have lunch. I'm going to come back. I'm going to dive right into episode 2. This is exciting. Like, I just finished episode 1, and it's scheduled and done. And it's going out on Friday. Like, that's just going to happen. All right, y'all. Peace be with you, and also with you, and I'll be back in probably 30 minutes. Hey, we back. Oh, yeah, I should probably put the camera up, huh? Oh, where the fuck did you go? Okay. So the first thing we do is we go and we look at the back matter. Sorry, the front matter. And we change this to say episode 2. And we change the book title to episode 2. And I think that's all we have to do. Change the cover. sorry to be confusing, Dragon. You know what? Everything starts from a blank screen. No, that's not what we wanted. I promise it's not meant to be mocking. Awesome, Dragon. Happy you're here. Boy, this episode is going to need a lot of editing. I still think that there's not going to be as much setup, and I think that most of the editing is just going to be cutting shit out. This is where the whole, both times that I started trying to write the first draft, this is the spot where the whole thing just completely stalled out, and I had no idea where I was going or what I was supposed to be doing or anything like that. But now having an episode structure, now I can look at it and be like, okay, that doesn't need to be there, that doesn't need to be there, that doesn't need to be there.
When are we going to that dog park?
I don't think we're going to go today, sweetheart.
Tomorrow?
I'm not sure. It's hard for me to figure out when in the day we could actually do it. Just because I have to do a bunch of stuff work-wise. And I'm a little nervous about it just because Mom's not feeling well. So I don't want us to pass anything. No, you know what? We should do it. We should do it for Chewy. Okay.
When are you off work?
Oh, Christ. When did I get back from break? Oh, no.
I don't know.
Anybody remember when I got back from break? I didn't start a timer.
Me neither.
I'm talking to stream, sweetheart.
Why are you asking?
Because it determines how many... Seth, knock it off. Dragon, Seth... What's that command I used to have back in the day?
Minutes ago.
36 minutes ago? Thank you, Zookers. You're awesome.
Everybody's awesome here.
Everybody's awesome.
I've just realized.
2.5 hours. Hold on one sec, sweetie. 2.5 hours. Let's go at 4.
Deal.
Okay. But, one condition, just like with computers, house needs to be clean.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. By the way, because I know neither of you have been in the chat room since that command was created and used often, banhammer is a joke command. I would never actually threaten to ban someone. I would just ban them. Okay, like this. Baföschne. Befus. Not what I wanted to do. All right, we have an outline. Now we start cutting this shizzle together. How long is this episode right now? 18,500 words. Okay, yeah. We gotta cut this the fuck down. Oh, boy. No problem, Zookers. I started writing Hellskin, and then I stopped for a long time, and then I started again, and then I stopped for a long time. And I was trying to write it all as one complete book. And I got 50,000 words in, but a lot of those words are trash because I really didn't have a good plan or know exactly what I was trying to do. The episodes are helping me break it down into smaller chunks that are easier to make whole and complete stories on their own that lead up to the greater whole. So for episode 2, I've taken all of the scenes because all of the scenes basically accomplish something. They're just bloated and not well structured and well, mostly bloated, but they do all still accomplish things. So now I'm taking the episode and I'm like, okay, episode 1 is done. Now, what needs to happen in episode 2? Pocket, 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 pocket. Okay, so I've got those scenes written where those things happen. So I throw them all in order, and then I'm like, okay, there's all those scenes, but they're 18,000 words. I need to get them down closer to 10,000 words. I don't have to get it under 10,000 words, but like much closer to 10,000 words than 18,000 words. So I'm going back through it, and with the benefit of having a done episode 1 that I'm working off of, and a solid structure for episode 2, I'm hacking out all the shit that I don't need and reinforcing the stuff that is actually making the book good. If that makes sense. love these characters so much. Mag, the uncut lady, peerless warrior, slayer of vampires, able to hold her own against a troll, talking to Dryleaf. If I hear you talk that way again, I may very well trounce you. Dryleaf, you think I couldn't take you? Pretty good, Danny. Episode 1's done. Working on the rough edit of episode 2. Wow, Dragon. Hey, by the way, Garrett is live. Yes. I'm watching him. But he's live. It's funny, my phone actually just notified, "Hey, manage your stream directly from your phone." So I wonder if the stream cut out for a minute. Okay. Well, we got in, we started editing, we started cutting down the chapter, the episode, started cutting down the scenes that were a little too bloated, and we added 267 words. Fucking rip me, man. That's okay. We're gonna cut a metric fuck ton out of the next blue scenes. All right, everybody. Ooh, you know what that reminds me, Val? I'm pretty sure it's beer o'clock. So I'm going to go take a short walk around, get some fresh air, step outside, get some Fitbit steps in. I'm kidding, I don't Fitbit. I didn't actually read your song. Take one down, pass it around. 125 bottles of beer on the wall. That's amazing. Oh, fuck. I love it. I love it so much. All right, everybody. Back in a few.
whiz, 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 bang.
Hey, we back. Turns out I was right before. It's beer o'clock. By the way, Hefe, Widmer Brothers, if you're out there, I would take a sponsorship deal so fast, so fast, so fast. Hefeweizen. Yes. Can it be amaretto o'clock instead? Do I know what an amaretto is? Sure. Yeah, okay. Why not? Well, hello, cutest of youngest sons. What? What are you doing? What?
It just tickles when you do that.
When I do this?
Dead.
What'd you say?
Dead.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Dead.
Hey, Daddy, I'm gonna bet that if you throw it hard enough, it does a barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll!
Daddy,
That's awesome.
I didn't throw it hard enough and I didn't have enough space.
Des, close my door, please. Love you.
If this isn't
God, I would love some mead. I would love some mead so much. And our mead hall is closed. I can still get mead because I'm friends with the mead hall owner. we have literally already set up like frickin' like we were setting up a drug deal.
Zero timer.
Zero timer. Thank you, Dragon. But, you know, like, buying a bottle of mead is fine. But, like, just, you know, just for, like, I want to hang out with my friends. I want to hang out with my friends. I know. Yeah. Don't ask the government. You can ask the Oregon government. Oregon government's actually doing a good job, which is why it really pisses me off when people who are complaining in Oregon. They're like, literally the line of reasoning is Oregon has like, I don't know how many it is, but like Oregon has like, 1,000 cases and only like 40 deaths. Like, can we please just open back the fuck up? And I'm like, Oregon has so few cases and so few deaths because because yeah. Yeah, Danny. Oh, there's a lot of Karens. I don't know what the worldwide Karen population is, but in America, whoo boy. Please do not interact, TERFs and Karens. But then I repeat myself. Totally, Danny. Happy you got your work done. Excuse me. Oh, geez. Thank you so much, Dragon. You totally rock. Huh. That's weird, Dragon, because normally there's an alert thingy when somebody does a Patreon thing, and I can see that you did, but I can't. It's not making it through to Streamlabs for some reason, so they're not. So it's not doing the. Uh, One sec, stream. Hey, stream, I gotta take a quick break to take this phone call. I'll be right back. Alrighty, sorry about that. Got a phone call from my writing partner on that super secret, not that secret, project. We're working on some revisions to a project. Can't really talk about it. We're back. Okay. Secret squirrel. That's amazing, Dragon. Okay, so now this goes down here somewhere. So, grand total. Episode, or chapter 6. Oh, God. 3,700 words. Huh. Okay, we're going to have to cut it down more, but that's going to have to be red pen edits. Or we just might have a long chapter, you know? We have long chapters sometimes. We might even break that up into 2 shorter chapters. Who knows? Yeah, not at all, Seth. Hey, buddy.
What is that time for?
That is when I'm taking my next break. I think this is going to be a long episode. Not as long as it currently is. I know there's a lot I can cut down, but I think that this is just going to be a long episode. Oh, Erica, I'm so sorry. What's up, buddy?
I'm just watching your time.
Oh, okay.
Only
Why?
5 minutes.
Why are you watching my time?
I don't know.
Do you need me for something?
No.
Okay.
I just... I just like hanging out with you.
Oh, buddy. I love you.
I love you. I love you more than you can imagine. More than everybody. Except Mom, I love you and Mom the same.
Thank you, dude. We love you too. Don't tackle drivers unless you can somehow manage to do it from 6 feet away. The hand, the hair, the fur, the hound, the boat, the phone. Oh God, I have to cut this fucking chapter down. Right when I feel like I'm getting into the groove with that song, it always cuts me off. All right. Breaky, breaky. Eggs and breaky. I said what I said. Huh. Weird. Well, anyway. All right, I'm going to be out of here for 15 minutes, and then I'm going to come back for one last 45-minute sprint, because then I got to take my doggo out with my kids. Peace, everyone. See you in a few. Alrighty.
The boys don't want to go, but I have this strange feeling. I don't know why. They didn't say this, but I feel like they're trying to make me clean the house and then jump in as soon as we're about to go.
Well, remind them that they are also not allowed to play on the computers until the house is clean. And if they don't help clean the house, they don't get to play on the computers or go to the dog park. Boy, this is the best chapter in the book so far. Oh, son. Okay.
Hey Dad, we're cleaning up downstairs so we can do video games.
You don't want to come to the dog park? I actually, sorry, let me rephrase that. I actually need you to come to the dog park with me.
What, you do?
Yeah.
Why?
But we're not going to be gone very long, and then you can come back and play on the computer as much as you want. Because you need to get out of the house every once in a while, buddy. It's not good for you to stay home all day, every day, day after day.
I don't want to go to the dog park though.
Well, what do you want to do?
You know what I want to do, don't you?
You want to play video games. Right. So you need to do something outside of the house. That's my point.
I don't want to do something outside.
But you need to. We're not going to be gone very long.
Why
And
can't
we're
I play outside?
You can do that too, but we're going to go. You're going to go with me to the dog park. But we're not going to be gone long, and then you can play when you come back. Yes.
Luke says you said he has to go to the dog park.
Yes.
Mommy's home. If he doesn't want to
He's
go.
going to the dog park.
All right.
Okay. Oof. Oh, really, Erica? Well, I am very excited about that. Well, still, it's exciting.
shorter in your bullet journal. I just did it.
Hey, well done to you.
We cleaned the house.
You did? I'm so proud of you guys.
Um,
Now you need to wear something that is not pajamas.
Actually,
feels
Dawn
too
thought
hot.
when you meant by the house, she thought you meant downstairs. Is that the case?
Yes. Also, your room should be clean.
What?
Go, my child.
Alright.
What about this room? Does it have to be clean?
Yep. Yay, Erica.
I'm going to choose my clothes. However, Desi's not cleaning his room.
I'll come talk to him in a minute. I'm just wrapping up.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, this is where we are ending off. Woof. Almost an 8-hour stream. My goodness. Ugh. Time for me to go do family stuff. Let's see, who are we throwing a raid to today? Oh, Caillou Berries is streaming. Go say hi to Caillou Berries. She is playing Heroes of the Storm, which I need to get. It feels really good, Erica. It feels fucking awesome. I need to get some Heroes of the Storm time in, though. I gotta work that out. Maybe on the weekend, as a reward for kicking ass this week. Because I'm actually kicking ass this week. It feels really good. But go say hi to Caillou Berries for me. She's great. You're gonna love her. And I will be back tomorrow morning, again, early. Let's see if we can do episode 2 tomorrow. That's a little ambitious. But let's see. You know? You never know. Thanks, everybody. Catch you next time. Bye.
Until I play this, right?
Yep.
Here it is.
We,
28, 27, 20.